Today I am working on trying to create a background for the art. This is something that I've never done before, and I gotta consider a lot of things like lighting, ambiance, kind of a background I want to go with, and other things. I think the main thing that I'm looking for right now is probably a sort of urban setting, because that's the kind of feel that I have. Model and me in general is just like that urban feel. So I'm thinking on a sort of like cityscape, but not how I want. And the first thing that I thought about was going with like a city street, the wall that has graffiti. Good thing is I actually already have a reference for that I've made in the past. This. So thinking of trying to put this on like a retrospective wall that's going to this piece, but I don't know. Just trying to figure things out, just trying to work my way through it right now. I've got no idea of how I want it. This is all new to me. I had like a reference that I made for myself, which was basically how the floor looks beneath feet. I guess I have like some kind of idea of the way that the background is supposed to be laid out, going along these like grid lines, the way that they are right now. But I'm still not sure. Let me see if there's a way to really quickly. First thing I want to do is I want to see if I can make it yet. I'll look into it probably. For now, I guess I'm just gonna try to make it back. Basically, just gonna find a perspective, like a focal point, start. Just gonna create like a back or like a gonna create a horizon. I want a horizon. So I guess the horizon's gotta be kind of low. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just gonna create perspective. I have no. We're learning. You want the horizon. Let me grab reference first because I don't know how to grasp it yet. I think I got it now. I think I turn this start with the horizon. Okay. Throw that here. Here. I think my focal point. Have the this is so rudimentary and so basic. I've got no other way to this because I'm still new to this. It definitely I had this kind of a I had a class like this in high school, middle school, way back in the and so like I learned the idea of how this works. Just like don't entirely remember how to get it the way you it's gonna be like a learning process. Thinking about going with I don't want to have like a wall in the background that's gonna wind up showing the graffiti. It's gonna look something like this. Change the perspective. I think actually I think the higher that I start here for the perspective, the better. This way I can have a much more dynamic wall. Looking at like a wall like this. Even more. The focal point pretty much me. There's definitely better tools to figure out how this works. I'm just really bad. I'm pretty sure you can use the ruler tool. You can set like the focal point. Set it like that. Keep trying. Actually, no. I think I need to set the horizon low for the kind of perspective. Set it low. yeah, have the focal point behind me. Actually, even oh, okay, this is the perspective that I'm looking. Something like this. So now, if I were to if I were to take a pen. Now that's kind of more of what I'm looking for. This kind of. I can actually. Side. I need to look at reference images. So, kind of looking for like a street corner. Actually, yeah, if that's the case, I think the perspective kind of wants to be. Learn how to use this ruler better. Set this. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Now I think getting a little bit better. Cool. I have no clue how this works. I'm starting to get it. Now this is starting to make sense. Actually, this is kind of one of. Have it parallel? Wouldn't have it parallel. There has to be like a. Right, we're looking for the focal points on the outside. This is side. This is kind of what. This is the kind of feel you get. You can take the this and we can transform it. Focal point is over here. This is where the focal. So it's gotta like stretch to the focal point to have the right perspective. Consider basically how big the building is. And with how big the building is, too big. basically have it go to the focal point. This is hard for me. It's really hard for me to imagine this. Stretch this. And then we could throw that behind. That's the kind of feel we're going. I'm just gonna do a little bit of sketches just to like get an overall idea of composition. Just create a folder so I can throw all of the layers involved with my character. And then and sketch with. A little bit out of frame, and a little bit so probably do. You know, I like the idea of like skewing perspective a little bit. Just to make things a little bit interesting. I'm a really big fan of The World Ends With You, the way that they do that. Of course, I'm not as good. I'm not as good as an artist as them. Or the artists who ends with you. Try. That being said, we'll go ahead and try to get really wacky actually. I might have to try a different perspective for feet. Well, if I want. Just be something. I don't want it to be tilted a little bit, but this angle is downward. This is like way too much tilt. What it needs. There we go. That's the. Maybe something like that. Huh. Oh, this is all the way. Labeling your folders and labeling your layers extremely. That's the kind of feel that in terms of the perspective and the angle. I'm gonna try that. And no, back here. And we'll keep it a little consistent. Bigger brush. see. Perspective is coming in this way. Means basically need I think we'd want to have like some kind of like a stoop going on over here. At least like some kind of steps. No, we'll just have do like a really small step. Get a little far. Gotta follow the perspective of there. Around the corner. Right now I'm just doing like a rough just to get a idea of how I'm thinking of doing this drawing. It's not gonna be pretty, it's not gonna be like perfect, it's just gonna be whatever I can make. We can add some like, probably gonna put like a door here. Oh. Let's see, where do we have the ruler is meeting here, so this is about where our door is gonna be. Seems that feels wrong. And it might just be because of the because I did my rulers really poorly. But oh, actually, well, this changed. That's what this to match. That means we know this is the focal point. Door is gonna win that. Have some like that. Need a little bit. This. We could even throw bars on the window. Just to give it that like street feel. It would be when I get around. Background is not something I'm very strong on. So it's all a learning process. Just trying to get like a baseline sketch type of thing. No. Door frame. That's like the big thing is that I need to understand how a lot of these things are set up. Because currently, I don't understand that sort of thing. So it's just like trying to understand it is like the whole battle. It's like the whole thing that's making this. I don't think I can do that. I really don't think I can do the off shot perspective. I don't think I'm skilled enough with it yet. I think I will start over, and I think I'm just gonna try to make it nice and simple instead. This is hard. This is definitely hard. One of the reasons why I need to do this more. Because I feel like background images would be so nice if you can, but once you start like understanding how they work properly. Everything is a it's like practice and curve. Again, I'm not fully there yet. This it looks the perspective looks wrong. I think it's because this yeah. That perspective. This is still. Oh, okay. I think No, I still don't understand it. I'm just gonna do a sketch. I'm gonna see what I can come up with. Doesn't seem to be working. I'm just gonna try what I think will work. I feel like it still needs even more of an angle. Background around him. Oh, okay, no, now I'm starting to see it. Because what I'm getting wrong is the perspective is so close together. That it should be like directly behind him. That's kind of... have this building is this layer change. Which is changed. Did it again. I don't know how to do this. Camera perspective. That's what I think it is. It's a low camera. That's what I'm like missing. Low perspective reference. Back. So I think what I need to do here is to have the idea, like, follow the line. This is one perspective. And the horizon, the other one. That's why I can't quite get this. Because my focal point is not in the right spot. Start here. Now we get a little bit of a better understanding. Hey, good morning. Yeah, I'm doing some art stuff. This is a drawing that I made of, it's me, of course. And right now, I'm trying to learn how to do backgrounds because it's something that I struggle with a lot and I don't quite understand very well. Perspective is really hard, and I know you can just like get around with not necessarily using perfect perspective and so on. Here, let me throw up like a sort of reference image of like what I'm going for. Something like this. This is the kind of feel that I'm trying to go for. As a matter of fact, just putting this here makes it so it makes it makes things make a little bit of more sense than what I've been doing. But this is the kind of idea that I'm trying to go for, and it's like I'm struggling really hard. I can't find the right perspective. I can't find how to set up the background and the foreground to make it work with the composition of my drawing. And of course, like when you have something that's really wild and loud behind it, it makes the character a lot less easy to make out, you know? So I don't want it to be like crazy. Don't worry about that. So one thing I like about my channel, or I like to do with my channel, is I like to create all the assets on my own. And so I drew my my VTuber model myself. And of course, like this is something else that I drew, and this is what I'm planning to use for my my starting stream and my end stream. Yeah, for the most part, the lighting I can get. So like the lighting is coming from like over here, and it's coming like it's coming towards you. That's why like you see around where his nose is right here. The nose it's like the, I don't know like how you call it. It's like the stopping point where the light reaches. So actually it's kind of coming straight from the side, like this way, but like up here. So it is coming like down and towards, and so you can see the light hits like this spot right here. You could see the lights hitting like the arm over here. You can see the lights hitting the shoulder, like the top side of the shoulder, but not like the bottom or the back side. So yeah, it's on the side of it. And the idea is like with this kind of a perspective, there's going to be like a street lamp over here, so to speak, and it's going to be shining down this way. So it's gonna have like a you know, street lamp, like so, whatever. And I guess for all intents and purposes, like the sidewalk is gonna wind up looking like so. But I don't want it to be so like cut and dry, like use this as the reference. I want to like make it my own, you know? And it's really hard figuring out how it rests like on the ground. Like you can do this kind of thing, but like you see how like the angle doesn't really work, even if you were to draw like a grid like so. The angle doesn't really work. And I did draw like a while ago, like a very basic form of a grid. Have to turn that up and let me like fix, yeah, like a very basic form of a grid. And like this was the reference that I had used initially when I first like drew. And you can see it kind of like makes sense. But I can't I can't find a way to make it make sense with the background. So like oops, here. So like I can draw, for example, so brush here. I could draw, for example, like this kind of like following the grid, right? But then it's like I can't figure out, and it might just be actually that what I'm doing right now. If I go and I make a vertical reference right here, and then if I make the focal point a little bit closer, maybe make it, let's see, this like a grid. If that's the case, then I do the same thing on this side. This is just like reference again. This is not even, I'm not expecting this to pan out really, but this sort of makes more sense. And I think like what you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to like draw the horizon. So like the idea is that everything meets the horizon in the end. Something like that. And I guess this grid kind of feels a little bit more correct. Like just talking it out with you just being here, I think you helped solve like a huge problem that I was having. Just your presence alone, because like this grid now makes like relatively good sense to me. Rotate it here. And I have this reference image here just floating in the background out of nowhere. But yeah, now this makes a little bit more sense. So yeah, it's the ground that he's standing on and the perspective that you're looking at the ground. That's what's like throwing me off. Because like here, let me give you a perspective. So like I was basically drawing like there's a sidewalk, right? And the sidewalk looks like this, you know, it's a corner, and this is like the street over here, whatever, right? And then you have like a building in the background, like so. But like if you look at this, the way it's drawn, like it does not look like he's in this scene. It just looks like he's on top of the scene, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. So now, viewing this grid, right? Now, I have the same thing. The sidewalk's coming in like so. So the perspective is slightly different now, but now you have the building sort of like this. And it makes a little bit more sense. You see how he exists in the space a little bit better. The three-dimensional space makes a little bit more sense. You got me to figure this out just now. So yes, I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, it makes a little bit more sense with him existing in a space like this. I drew the line wrong, but this is basically how it kind of works out. You have the corner space for the edge of, the corner edge of the building like this. And then you'll have something like a door over here, whatever, following the same focal point. Like if we take this, it goes off the page, but basically you follow the same focal point to where this leads and this meets, and it'll kind of wind up like over here. And you have a door that kind of looks like this, right? Something like that. And then you wind up having, like, say the top of the building is over here, but you're looking for the focal point where the horizon meets. So this is the kind of building you're going to wind up having. It's going to look something like this, right? this is actually the sort of background that I'm looking for. And then you can take this, you can cut the building off like this, and you can put like another building over here, but we'll do it. We have to put here, so here, and meets on the horizon, so be slightly lower, you know, so this. Off here, that you have like building that. This. Up meeting it to the focal point all the way over here. You see how it lines up with the door frame? Like that? Yeah. See, I was really struggling to understand this, and now all of a sudden it just clicked. Everything clicked. So like now you see how like the building composition works like this. Yeah, it does look like the Game House logo. I do know what you're talking about. You know, you get some like you get some windows, you know. Eraser. Back to. You can have like some windows, so perspective about this. That, you know, like the composition now, it makes sense. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Again, you just being here did this for me. You made me think it through. You made me finally figure out and understand what I was doing wrong. Oh, thank you so much. That was it. I just needed that kind of help, just the presence of somebody. Oh. Thank you so much, Sykes. Appreciate it. And then you have like something like, again, like this, where you have street lamp. Right, so you got like this little street lamp going on. The lights coming in this way. And it can even, it'll probably even wind up casting like a shadow going like this. And then like onto the building, like I think it would wind up being vertical, or would it wind up being, I think it would wind up being right, like cast a shadow like this, that, right, get that, and then you wind up having like a shadow going like this way, so this is all in shadow over here. No, like I said, it's just the little push. That you're right, is the little push. You did. I was struggling for this for like maybe, I don't know, 45 minutes, I think. But yeah, this is the kind of composition that it'll wind up with. And then even more so, what I'm actually gonna do is I'm not gonna have the windows over here. I was just doing that for like an example. But what I am gonna have is I actually have my own like graffiti piece that I made like a long time ago, and that looks like that. Looks like this. So this is the graffiti piece that I made a long time ago, which is my name, and of course it's a samurai helmet. It's samurai. Got the theme going on. And so the idea would be to take this and I would wind up transforming this to conform to the shape of the wall, like so. We can make it size. But it would wind up looking like that, and then I would wind up just coming back over here and you know, I would wind up just tracing over this in the actual image just to give it that you know, that little bit of extra street pop. This, you know, and I'm just doing a quick sketch here just to get it on. See, this will be kind of like what it looks like. I drew this on the wrong layer. But yeah, now it's starting to come together. Graffiti is hard. I used to do a lot of just like graffiti doodles in like high school and stuff. It's hard. There's so much that goes into graffiti. It's like it's pretty much the same thing as what I'm doing right now, because you kind of like have this idea. You have like letters first, and with the letters you gotta sit there and you wind up having like a sort of perspective where you will take your graffiti art and you'll give it this kind of a perspective where it comes out. And so you have to kind of like start you start small over like on this side, and you want to have like blocks going on over here, so you'll have like this kind of like a feel going on, and you kind of want to stay within the boundaries of the way that your guiding lines are. So then when you get to your next letter, you want to like stay going like so, and you gotta keep the perspective going, you know, stuff like that. It gets really really difficult to, you know, have a good eye for how things work and so on, and it's wild. But if you practice and you understand it, like I'm just trying to do this on the fly right now just to give a quick example, but again, if you practice and you understand it, it gets easier over time, and the way your letters wind up looking and the perspective that you're using starts to make a lot more sense and so on. And yeah, it's a lot of time and a lot of learning, you know. That's the best way I can describe it. It's a huge learning curve. Yeah. No, but there's actually really cool stuff with how graffiti works. Like flow in graffiti is like, it's an incredibly important thing. And I'm just gonna pull up an image real quick so I can show you kind of like what I'm talking about. I'm like getting super sidetracked right now, but I don't care because I'm enjoying it. So like when you take a piece like this is just something I pulled off of Google. You'll notice it's kind of hard to like understand where the letters are coming from, but you have when you can break it down into like simple shapes, like you have this, which is like an E. This looks like it's an O. Some different colors. You have like an O going on over here. You've got like a B going on over here. Looks like they have, this looks like it could be like an S over here, you know. You got like an M coming around over here. And I think I see an I over here, you know. So it looks like it looks like this guy's name is Simbo, you know, that kind of thing. But then when you really break down this piece, you look for stuff like this, where he's got like this middle line and the way the B comes out over here, and these two lines are parallel, and they're like they're lines that wind up flowing really well together. So like you have this like underlining feature over here, same thing, it's like parallel, and then you have the E that comes out over here, which is synonymous to like the B over here, and you see like if you follow the line, it goes through and it meets where the E is over here. And like you could see over where you're looking at like the S over here, how it comes down like this, and then you have a similar like line structure coming around for the M over here, and you see how like they pair all these like different lines that are parts of different letters, but they are synonymous with each other with how the composition of the piece works. And like you have the B coming down over here, which matches with the E, but what you also don't really realize is it also matches with the S over here. It's got that same angle, that same feel, and it just, all of this goes into how graffiti works. And if you can understand how this works, you can be like the craziest graffiti artist. And a lot of people who do graffiti don't really have this mindset or this feel, because it takes a really trained eye and like a really keen perspective on how to like find these joining features. Like same thing over here, you have this on the B, and it kind of like matches up with like the way that these lines go over here. You know, they're all similar like direction, similar flow, and that's what it is. It's flow. The flow of the piece is all going in like similar directions. So it's, again, if you can understand this when like making graffiti, it's you will elevate your game like crazy. It's incredibly difficult to learn, but you know, that's kind of just like how it goes. All right, it's all coming together. Yeah, I like Kronk. I love it. Oh man. And so like it's so funny that I'm able to describe that, but like me creating the perspective of this this like backdrop is so difficult because I can't understand it myself. But like graffiti is a long time like favorite topic of mine. I can go into like analysis of like so many different tags and so many different like murals and stuff, and I just love it. But yeah, it really is like another form of calligraphy, because even the width of the strokes, like for like this section right here, you have the E, like the line weight is entirely, I guess I drew on top of it, but yeah, the line weight for certain sections is entirely different. You have like a real thickness for like the top of the S over here, and then it tapers off, and then it gets thick again. Same thing for over here. It starts out thin on the E, gets thick, tapers off a little bit, and then gets thick again for like that base section where the E comes out again, and it's thin in the middle. And then like of course you get your long stroke over here, and same thing, it's thick, and then it gets really thin for the finishing over here. So like it is absolutely like a form of calligraphy, and it varies. There's so many different forms of how you can do graffiti. Like something like this. Where the style is completely different. And as a matter of fact, this one's like a lot harder to understand. But again, you can just, if you follow the way the lines work, like this turns out to be a G. It looks like you've got the structure of an E coming around over here. It's a little like, it's a little tough to like figure out to somebody who's not well versed in how graffiti writes. So you have a G and E. This could be an I, or it can just be like a central focal point. And then you have this going on over here, which is like a D. And then it looks like this is either a B, like so, or it could be an S, like so. So sometimes, even for me, it's hard to tell like exactly what each letter is. But if you look at like this section right here, where he's got his S like this, he makes the S very clear with the rounded bottom portion. And then you have like this like sharp top, the way he does this, like this, you see? So like, this is how he designs his S. Round bottom, sharp top. So like, when you look at this doesn't have that same configuration. It's kind of sharp all the way through, which leads me to believe that this is more of a B than it is, and it has like this little tail edge going over here. Yeah, it leads me to believe this is more of a B than it is an S, and then so you have like this D. So it looks like GIDB, which not so sure I know what that means or anything, but yeah, the artist is like, this is likely his name, and it's likely he's just like making a message going on over here. And even that, like the coloring too, the coloring where it's like darker on the bottom, you know, it's this dark color on the bottom, and you contrast this like lighter color, and like you can see the contrast between the two, like how different they actually are. But the way that he fades it is so nice. You even have like the highlights going on the top, where you see like he'll have this kind of like a feel going. Dude, it's so, I can go on and on about it. 3D art is a topic of interest for me. If only I was better at it. But I do what I can. I try where I can, and you know, I try to give myself as much like of a amount of leniency as I can, because believe it or not, despite the fact that like this came out really nice in my opinion, and you could say it looks great, you could say it looks terrible, I actually think this is like mediocre. I could do way better, but I'm still a beginner with my art program, so and I'm using Clip Studio Paint, so I'm still a beginner in Clip Studio Paint, and I'm still a beginner in digital art in general. I would say like my pen and paper art, or like my pencil and paper art, is a lot nicer and a lot better than what I can do digitally. But for the most part, I'm pretty proud of how this came out, and I think there's just room for improvement. That's all. So like next time I draw something like this, I'll get better, and then the next time I draw, I'll get even better. So like for me, it's just, you know, learning process, and it takes time. Backtrack all this real quick. Get rid of this stuff, and we'll get back where I was before. Start kind of just like storyboarding again. Oh, I drew on top of the reference image. Good dummy. See, that's a good indicator of how I'm still very not experienced with my program. More improvement to come. Here to support. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Glad I found a really nice viewer like you. Keep me a lot of company during these streams where it's generally only you. We'll see a couple more people hop in from time to time, but you're my biggest chatter right now, and I greatly appreciate it. You make my streams very fun. No, and I'm glad. Even if you're just here and there sometimes, it's so much. It's so much more than you would expect. Let's see. Take this out. I'll reinsert it, and we're gonna retransform. Get rid of that that me drawing over it accidentally. Feel. Yeah. No. See, that's the one thing that I don't particularly like about when you transform something with this program, because when you transform something, if you hit enter and you like finalize your transformation on the way it looks or where its positioning is, like I'm gonna leave it here for now. I think this is good where it is. I had it slightly off before and it wasn't as good, but if I hit enter, finish the transform, and if I try to transform it again, you see the transformation box is outside of the boundaries of the original image. Like there's no image over here, and then it makes transforming it, like to do like small edits, harder the second time around. So, but yeah, dude. Yeah, streaming's tough. But I have a really bigger goal in mind that I'm hoping that I can eventually achieve someday. But for now, this is the starting point. I just gotta start. I used to stream a lot back in the day when I used to play Destiny, and I was actually a really good Destiny player back in the day. I was the best free-for-all player in Destiny 1 on PlayStation 4, like the rank 1 player in the world. But when Destiny changed over to Destiny 2, half of my viewer base stopped watching, and also I didn't have enough time to keep playing, and it wound up just like making me slow down my stream, and eventually I just stopped streaming altogether because I wanted to finish school. I wanted to get my engineering degree, which I do have now. I am an engineer, and I do work like more or less a 9 to 5 in Eastern time, but you know, I did steal your Keropi paper because you left it and you never claimed it, so I drew on it, okay? This is my sister. This is Nesan. And I stole her paper to draw on this. This was like 6 or 7 years ago. So if you're still missing this paper after 6 or 7 years, that's your fault. That's your fault, Anne. Thank you, appreciate it. It was a pretty tough road. Pretty tough a pretty tough road to graduation. Yeah, there's still like a little bit of perspective loss here. I think I need the sidewalk to come out even further. I think that's what we don't have here. Sidewalk. Yeah, if I put it down here, so which would wind up changing. Ironically, it winds up changing the perspective. Who would have thought? Yeah, it comes out. It'll wind up looking. There we go. Sidewalk comes out something like that, and then now I think I can move him into a place where it just like feels a little bit more right. Something like that. Finders keepers. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. I found it and I used it. And look, now I got this little cute Perope froggy on my doodle. I drew this actually while studying for an exam. I was procrastinating really, really hard. And so I just wound up doing this. It's still like, it's gotta be like dead center for it to look right. Yeah. And I'm gonna go into breakdown really quick here as well, just because I noticed it and I remembered it. Like, you have stuff where I have like, ooh, that's a big. So like I have the H coming down over here, right? The line for the H is coming down over here, and it's got this this serif tail going over here. And then you also have the D, which comes in over here, and it meets at the corner of the serif tail of the H. And so like the angle is correct to the point where you can see like the line for the H over here. It's like this edge over here winds up matching up with the edge of the D over here for a continuous like flow, like so. Like, I drew this and I didn't understand this yet, but I just like did, and it just looked right to me. So I was like, oh, you know, this is it. This is good. This is good. And then you have other stuff like the focal points for the B, right? You have the B, which looks like so. And then you also have the U, which kind of goes underneath the B. So this is like the way the U looks. But you see the focal point for the B and the U winds up meeting right here. And again, like I didn't know this at the time, but like this is like the proper flow that you're supposed to have for stuff like graffiti. And this was me just like being a complete bum, not understanding graffiti at all at the time, and just drawing what I thought looked cool, what I thought looked right. And like same thing, even the I over here, the curvature of the I, it kind of matches the curvature of the O if it like would continue, see? So like that kind of thing. Like the tail bottom over here of the I, if you follow it, it matches the tail or like the curvature of the O. So, you know, and so like the symmetrical lines coming over here between here, these two, the O and the I, like it makes for really good flow. And I did not know this at the time, but I just thought this looks cool. I'm gonna stick with this. That's kind of what happened. So, but yeah, this was my procrastination project while studying for one of my tests, and now if I can only procrastinate my way into finishing this this background, but like I just I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no clue what I'm doing at all. I'm trying my best. I'm thinking, let's see. Go back here. I'm just gonna take a little bit of a darker color real quick. We're gonna continue on. We're gonna go. And yeah, I'm just like storyboarding kind of right now. I'm gonna put like a little like like a porch stoop type of thing going on over here. This, and do the same thing. Wind up trying to find the focal point to where this is. And focal point. Oh, I realized. No, focal point. That's the kind of like get for this. Now it all makes sense. Stoop. the time set to night? I think this would work. Yes, it is. So as a matter of fact, like I have the shading done on my character, but there was, let's see, let me see if I can pull it up properly so that I can give you like an idea. I think it's this. Yeah, so like right here we have the shading set. Let me zoom in. And you see like we're gonna have our same thing. We're gonna have like a nice warm, like a dark bluish light source coming from like over here, and it's gonna come in the way that I had shown before. It's gonna come in this direction, or a little bit more like this direction or so, right? And what that will wind up doing when I finally have like everything set the way I want is like I can change the hue of the shadow. And so like I'm gonna turn it up a bit, and now you can see how it's like a darker bluish type of shadow. If the light source was like the sun, then I would change it to something like a nice like reddish color or like a yellowish color, and you can see how it like changes the feel. It's like warmer like this. If I turn it up, you see how now it looks like he's like in sunlight. You see? Something like that. Turn it up and now you have that really nice like sunny feel. Sun's coming in from that angle. But again, like because it's gonna be nighttime, the color of the shadow is gonna be darker, and it's gonna be like more of a bluish tone, like this. So this is how it's gonna wind up looking. And if you have like a darker backdrop, it's gonna look really cool. But we'll see if I can get that far. We're gonna have to design everything first, which is so hard. I'm having so much trouble. But then even more so, like I'm also thinking of like kind of like a sunset feel. And having like a much warmer tone where it's like a nice dark, like a reddish orangish feel, you know, a little bit of yellow in the horizon and so on. But that's all ambient lighting, and that's something else that I don't really have too much experience with. But again, for now, it's kind of just trying to figure out what I'm doing with the background. That's the main focus here, and we'll worry about all the nice effects later. You can have I can have wrong layer. Here. Have like a little railing going on over here. Something like have a railing, and then it can even have like so, you know, even do something like this to make it look more convincing. See, I think this is too high. Okay, that. Can make this all foreground type of stuff. I'll just put this in like a different color real quick. It doesn't have to be perfect right now. I'm just storyboarding kind of. Yeah, we're just like storyboarding right now, trying to figure out. We're gonna have the graffiti on this building. The building's gonna cut off over here. Gonna get so then we can actually even throw some like other graffiti stuff going on this wall. And we probably have kind of like a sort of like a bricky feel going on. Brick for like the walls over here. Probably need to separate the sidewalk. Like squares, and as a matter of fact, it would probably even have like a line coming in as like another you know, you split the, now I'm seeing the perspective on this is a little bit off, but this means right about here. Horizon. I should set that. I'm gonna set it as black. Horizon comes. It's like over the image. I'm gonna set it to a light. That's our horizon going. And then so we're gonna have the sidewalk coming out. You're gonna horizon back here. This is the focal point. And so then now we can have sidewalk one. This. Will get smaller. Sidewalk will wind up looking like that. Same thing for this side. We got the sidewalk coming in over here. Goes to the focal point, which is sidewalk. So now it's coming together a little bit. Let's see. Why did it suddenly feel like I'm in Twilight Town? Dude, I mean, it's because we both got Kingdom Hearts on our mind. Kingdom Hearts is such a fantastic game. But no way. That's kind of the feel that I'm going for, but a little bit more urban. Twilight Town is a very like, you know, it's a very, how would you describe it? I would think of Twilight Town as being more wholesome, but like this, it's trying to, it has more of like a city feel, you know, a little bit dark, a little bit dirty, that kind of a feel. That's what I'm going for. Matter of fact, it would do to have like stuff like trash and stuff. Yeah, rustic is definitely a way to describe it. Like, yeah, I would even go so far as to have like trash on the floor or something like that if I really wanted to make it feel right, you know. So then same thing, take this focal point, have just like this, a little bit too much. And now we have like actual sidewalk, like height for the curb, and then we can add something here where get like a sewer grate going. So that, you know, this kind of a feel, which would also wind up coming out onto the curb a little bit like that. And with that being said, you would probably also wind up having curb edge wind up having like edge. This sewer. Imagine Easter egg. There's eyes appear when you turn up or down. I could do that. I could do that. Remember, this is supposed to be like a starting or an ending thing for my stream. So like, I was thinking about animating it in the future, but like, first things first, like I keep saying, is I gotta get something done, something created, and I have to have like a whole plan in mind first. And then once I have something, then I can start animating, where I could like make the lights flicker. I can make it where like the eyes move, like shifty, even like blinking and stuff like that. You know, a bunch of different. But really need more reference. What else I can actually take this, form it, it'll wind up being a little bit smaller back here. Plane. Yeah, so we can have that. Now that I have this completely empty spot right here. But then now what I can do is I can add, actually the door perspective changes. Here. No, the door's perspective changes. But this too high. This winds up being garage door. You know how they got in the cities? Got like the garage door. The foldable garage doors, you know? That, and then you just add like a little bit of extra just to give it like edge. And top would wind up being something. This comes out that, something like that. Just again, basic. Perhaps add like a dumpster. Yeah, even like a dumpster or a garbage can. You could add the dumpster over here. Dumpster. That's a good idea. Dumpster's a very good idea. Maybe not. Maybe it's too small of a space. Or maybe so. Maybe we'll keep it. You might find like a dumpster sitting back there. That add like a trash bin. Trash bin. We have a city sewer over there, so we should put city sewer over here as well. It makes sense to have like more than one at the corner. Same thing. That little arc down. The real question is, how the hell am I going to make this nice and clean no clue what I'm doing in the first place. And then I gotta make this really nice and clean. This is gonna be an endeavor and a half. Something like that. Make it simple and clean. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This dude, my god. Sykes, you speak my language. You speak my language. Pretty great. Honestly, the way that I did this right here, even though it's like really sloppy, I kind of like the feel of this, you know, like if the whole thing was drawn this way, just like, you know, colorized properly, add a little bit of texture and stuff. Having it not like perfect and clean the way that the foreground image is, it could give like that kind of like a really stylistic effect where now you like the foreground, this is the most important thing in the image, like the character, and then everything else is like blurry or like low quality or low render, you know, that kind of thing. That could make it feel really cool. So I could definitely try something like that. Of course, my street lamp would have to look a hell of a lot better than this, because this is peak right here. Peak. Peak street lamp right there. Absolute peak. Instead of sewage grate, maybe a sewage hole instead. I actually do like having the sewage grate here, but sometimes you'll have even just like a manhole like right here, right on top of the sewage grate, you know? Gosh. Very unsteady hand. This is again, this is just like you have like text cross like so. Yeah, it's my friend. Spooky. Dude peering around the corner. Ooh. Just silly things like this. Gotta have fun with it. That's the whole point of this kind of stuff. Have fun. This wind up being this. You'll see like the downhill gradient. See that that's what it is. What it is. This is coming together. Like if it weren't so you know, vibrant and vivid and abstract the way it looks, like I could see this working. I can see this working very well. I think like maybe the only other thing that I might be missing is like a street sign. So let's just make this big all the way up. Straight. this, that, you know. Give it a little bit of depth. Just to make it look a little bit believable. Again. There. And then we can even have like these guys going on. Ever. Yeah, something like that, you know. Urbanity. I think that perspective. Wait. I mean, you know, we can have our little this guy. There we go. Beautiful. Perfect. Of course. Pretty sure he's actually like white on this. That kind of thing going on. Outline. Yeah. How crazy would it be if I see a street corner exactly like this and the artist, which it takes a bit. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. But then like I also have, you gotta see. So this is like the general like theme of how things are going on. But then you gotta consider stuff like the little things where you'll wind up having. Like on a street sign like this, you'll wind up having strap for the sign itself, and they'll usually have like maybe like 2. So you'll have like a little clamp thing going on over here. This, you know. You get like a strap going on over here. You have like the garage door. The garage door will usually have like a gear or something, and like a chain, like so, or whatever. Stuff like that. Like little finer details. On top of the street lamp, you'll have like this little button looking thing, and it blinks on its own, and it's nice. It's like red or whatever. Even on the street lamp, you might find like a sign. And then also you'll have other stuff like you'll have people putting like stickers on the posts, and it'll be like some wild stuff like YOLO, you know, stuff like that, you know. There's so many like little details that I can add into this, but like this is just a really base storyboard type of, saying that, but like that's what it is. And then what I have to do is I have to like take down the opacity, and now I'm gonna, like, when I actually draw this, which is coming up really soon, I'm gonna have to start drawing this really soon, like in an actual professional way, for it to look good, you know. It's gonna start it's scary. Trying to get all these little details in. All right, let's see. We're sewer grate. We'll go with New York City because New York City is a really good reference. You'll have stuff like this. This is what a sewer grate is. You have all like these like little textures over here. You see, I got the framework exactly how I'd expected it. Maybe with a little bit of extra lines. Yeah, a little bit of extra. But like the framework is generally the same, and then you got the grade itself. You also have to imagine that like you have the liftable portion. So like you have this, and then you have like the frame also. All of this is stuff that I have to like take into consideration. It'll have like little details like the lettering, which I could put Easter eggs on the lettering. That's really cool. I'm procrastinating right now. I'm scared. I'm so afraid of it looking bad that I'm just procrastinating. Oh no. Oh. Procrastinating. I'm scared. It is exciting. It really is exciting, but I'm so... Ugh. Alright, now I really have to, I gotta label my layers. My layers... what do we call this? We'll call this, background reference, so I know what I'm working with. This is the graffiti. Yes. All graffiti. I don't need the grid for the floor anymore. Pretty much have everything. Everything else I'm gonna go into folders really quick, just so I can reduce clutter on my here, just to show you what I'm working with, because it is off screen. This is these are my current layers. Where did they even go? Nope. This is the current structure of like I got my reference material, I got my background layer, got rulers set, I got the foreground, or like the grid, which I have on the floor, the wall graffiti, background reference, layer 20, which I don't... Oh, it's the image that I imported earlier, and then this is me. So yeah, I gotta make sure everything has its proper layers so I know what I'm working with and I'm not screwing up. And yeah, this is pretty much how the draft is going. I think this is about. So yeah, now it's just the scary part. Multiply it. No, I don't want to make everything or red either. Go with like, yeah, just a darken it. And then now I can reduce the opacity on it. Now it's a little bit. I made the line so thick that it's gonna be annoying and frustrating to deal with now. Ay. Alright, first comes line art. We have the sketch now. First comes line art. I'm going to try to make a really quick ruler as a reference point. so I know that I'm not screwing up points of reference. That looks about right. Then we have rise and shine. Why does it do that? Oh, that's why. Okay. I see. I see what's safe. Yeah. Now, this is also a trouble on its own, figuring out how to properly work with this. That's all I need. Right. Now I have a ruler, and now I have reference points to where everything is supposed to go. So now I can draw my straight lines, and it's still going to be scary, and it's still going to be something that I'm inexperienced with. We'll figure it out. So, start with a new layer. I guess we'll use the pen. Go with a nice pen. That's where we're at. This is it. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll start now, and we'll try. I'm gonna try my best. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try my best. We're gonna hope that everything comes out nice and clean. Right? All we can do is we can do our best. Gambare! Alright. Now take the same focal point here, quick. Now we'll draw in sidewalk curb. We'll do the same thing, go to the focal point that's here. So now we got a sidewalk and a curb. That's what we got right now. Go ahead. Start doing the scary parts. No, I can probably just. I'm doing this with my tablet, my pen tablet. I could probably just do this section with mouse. It's kind of just like a lot of straight lines, which I'll clean up, and it'll wind up looking a little bit nicer later, like add curvature and stuff. I need that sewer reference again. Like this part will wind up coming up a bit. think I can probably use ellipse tools. That's first I need to find wherever the heck the shapes are. Because like all of this is majority just geometry. So like I don't really need to be handing everything, I guess. If I can find the shapes tool. Five, gradient. Yeah, there we go. Ellipse. Why is this like awful to work with? Or maybe I just don't know how to. Should I have done that? Yeah, something like that. That we can erase. I did this on another layer so I don't like accident stuff. So only on a smaller brush. And whoa. Brush size 20. That's a completely different binder. I don't know why that was. We'll drop them. Now it flows. Excess. You know, I kind of feel like I should just freehand it to give it that extra, like, feel. That really nice, like, handmade feel. Maybe I will. I'm just gonna try to. Need to get the angle that I'm doing this correct. Freehanded, I'm gonna just do corrections as I go. Like certain geometry, I'll just do straight lines and stuff, but like this. Trash. There we go. That feels much more. Even though like the little bit of lumpiness to the lines, I feel like it adds a little bit. And again, this is just mainly line art, so this will get like changed later on. I'll probably add in more color and stuff, and I'm gonna have to look up tutorials like crazy. You know? That's okay. Part of the learning process, and I wanted to stream this because it's fun. Even if I'm not very good. Still fun. And here. Yeah, certain geometries I'll do. Certain geometries I'll do straight lines. It's too wide. This is probably like a really thin. So, yeah. Actually, it would be probably even thinner than that. Like right around. Alright, well, at work, yeah, go ahead, dude. Feel free to chill and hang out, man. Appreciate it. This is like the boring stuff, I would say. You know, perspective here matters. I kind of just want to just draw it off. I don't like the really solid line. Yeah, the bag. Solid lines are just so, it's inorganic and it's kind of just boring. Oh, that's why things are. I don't even care if there's like line bleed through or if it doesn't really look perfectly straight. Just, I think it would look better, just way better if I just freehand it. Just like you said, a lot more organic. What I need to do is actually find. Can you reset? Yeah, I'm just gonna freehand the whole thing. Make it look. Will do. So I will have reference. I shouldn't have gotten rid of that last. I'll make a reference to what I'm looking for real quick. Then I'll draw over it with freehand. Try to make it as clean as I can. Oh yeah, I wanted to use pencil. That's what I wanted. Pencil to make it look even more stylized. Or no, not the pencil. G pen. Now we're cooking. Or now we will be. Take the ruler off. The ruler. Then we'll have like slightly varying line weights, which would make it have that much more character. I could have really clean line weights for backgrounds as well, but again, it would be, I think it'd be much nicer if just it varies and has like a much more organic. Already, I kind of like that better. I might be going too thick on the line weight though. I might drop it a bit. Yeah, that looks. Let's start. Coloring, I think, will be the thing that gives everything the right pop. Then, like, I can do like blending brushes and paint styles and stuff to give it like a very a slightly more abstract feel. I think that could. First, we gotta like, get like something on the page first. Start with this. Throw. Okay. Go back on the reference layer real quick. Ruler back on. Now we got an idea of where this is supposed to be. This is gonna be like elevated, which means same thing. preference right here. Erase this. Come out a little slightly straighter line. Helps actually. We can add corner over here. Hard edges kind of stuff. Put a little bit of character over. I think I need to change the pressure settings. Let me look up how to do that real quick. Actually, I think I can do that on my pen tablet program. I think that feels. That. I'll go back to the reference rule. Ruler's back on. Try to find a nice, like, thin point. Here. Here. Off. Damn, I'm gonna spend a lot of time on this. This is like not even that important. But I mean, important to me. That's all that matters. This. Oh, let's see. Spec wrong here. Is that there? No, I did have it right before, or at least more right. This comes down. Straight line. That's sketchy. Then you get this like gap space. Then I would expect it to, no, it'd be like that, and then you would have a wow, this is like kind of annoying because I have to understand like how certain um ecosystems work. The anatomy of like a sewer. you would wind up having like this back wall, right? Stop. You'd have this like back wall in the sewer. Yeah, you'd have this like back wall in the sewer. No, it is just a gaping hole, but there is a back to it. You just typically don't think of it that way. Looks sort of like that. This sort. Wouldn't. Yeah, it looks sort of like that. And then, like just for like reference, like it would this would be the hole. No. There we go. Look at that. Already looking pretty good. Wow. Okay. No, that does. I like it. I like it like messy. It does look organic. Like I don't care that it's messy. It feels good. It feels good. Line weights are changing. That's like important. Stay relatively consistent. Yeah. Yeah. And all I did was make a sewer. That's it. Then of course, same thing. This is important though, I think. Even though like I'm okay with everything being sloppy, I think this is really important because knowing the proper perspective is such a necessary thing. Right. Now we have a sewer. There we go. Doesn't look awful, but I'll probably fix that up later. This is gonna be a long process because I'm inexperienced. I'm saying that. But we're getting better. We're gonna get better. then we also, of course, we bring in reference. Always reference. Always. I'm not very fond of the idea of tracing because it's, according to many artists, disingenuous. But raw. Oh well. Just keep winging it. I'll probably wind up throwing a texture on this just to make it look nicer. Wow, I cannot get this line correct. This is max. Probably. Probably. Needs to be thinner. Damn it. Oh. This is hard. Imagine drawing a trash can, doing it so poorly. You know what? The just a few of those. And then like a New York trash can. There's not too many. Like there's only like 3 visible on the front. Gotta get better at line work. My line work is very sloppy. Also, I'm not wearing my like anti-smudge glove. That's what. Not thinking enough about the geometry of a garbage can, which is not something that you would normally think of on a regular day. You know, oh, today I thought about the geometry of a garbage can. Yeah. No, but garbage cans will tend to have, should, a rim over here. Oh. Yeah, that was a good one, right? Yeah, just going about your typical Tuesday. Ah, yes, the geometry of a garbage can. Why didn't I think of this sooner? You know, of course. I always love to entertain the thought that somebody can do this entire thing that I'm struggling with, and it's gonna take me like 10 hours to complete or something like that. Somebody can do it within like, you know, 30 minutes or so. Probably not 30 minutes, but they could probably do it within like an hour and a half, you know? But I don't feel bad about that. I think it's just a really interesting or really funny way to do it. Again, it's the same thing that I've still been saying. It's that I'm new to this. This is something that I've never done before. Like, yeah, I've drawn stuff like when I was in school, and sure, I've drawn like very basic versions of like a background, but nothing as detailed as what I'm going for right now. So. You know when they ask you to draw a car, or like somebody says, "Oh, you know, draw a car," or you decide you want to draw a car, and then your car winds up looking like this. You have your like your wheels, right? And it just looks like this. This is what your car winds up looking like. Right? Windshield, and you got your like windows like this. You got your door. Like this is what your car winds up looking like. Your little headlights, beep beep beep. You know. Yeah, it's a car. Then like, more. Like you actually look at how a car is really, you know, you're looking at something more like this, right? This is the kind of thing that you're really thinking of when you see like a car, right? This something like that. It's down nice and low to make it look give the car fancy perspective. Oh, that's probably what this is missing, is a car. City street missing the car, right? That's what we're missing. Like this is kind of like what you're really seeing when you imagine a car, not what you draw when you're in like elementary school or whatever. I'm actually surprised this car came out pretty decent. It's your nice very non-brand recognition sign. Yeah, parked car, right? But even still, like you have windshield. Like you could even make it like nice and fancy, and you have like windshield glare and even windshield wipers. This, you even have like the contouring on the hood, right? This is the kind of thing that you think of when you see a car. Probably. I don't know why I'm drawing this right now. It's not conducive to my background, but like I'm just smudge. That's right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, like that's what you think of when you think of a car, right? You don't think of the other things. So like again, the retrospective, or like the perspective that you have on like, oh, garbage can. Garbage can looks like cylinder, right? With crosshatch. Garbage can, we did it. Woo! Yeah, I did get sidetracked again. I kind of want to just take this and put it on a new layer, just to save it for the sake of saving it. Just put it on a different layer. Throw it all the way at the bottom, and we'll save it. Car, right? We have a car now. But yeah, like, you know, that's the kind of things that I'm talking about. That's the kind of thing you would expect when somebody asks you, oh, hey, picture a car, or like draw a car. And so it's the same thing when it comes to thinking about the geometry of a garbage can. This is what you wind up thinking of. Oh, this is a garbage can. Yes, of course. But really, it's a very rudimentary, like, depiction of what a garbage can actually is. Even this is not fantastic. Like, it makes sense. This, yeah, I'm thinking way too into the details of things, and I shouldn't be, because there's a lot more to draw, and I'm not even like halfway done. But again, I'm like having fun. I don't think it matters. In a time scale perspective, the word of the day is perspective, by the way. Yeah, this is going really slow, but in terms of me having enjoyment, like getting enjoyment out of this, I'm having fun. Even if it's like not so good, even if it's silly, even if it's bad. back to this layer over here. Or no, quick reference point. And we're gonna send it. Yes. Oh, okay. I did that perspective really poorly. Send it to me. Or wrong layer. Yeah, I completely missed the garage last time. That's okay. Doesn't I'll probably clean up these sloppy lines later. I need to be rotating my canvas more. Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. That's what's happening. Trash can. Oh, did I draw the... You're garbage. That's right, trash can. You're garbage. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo these lines in a bit. In a bit, more like sooner than later, probably. It's like my favorite way to diss somebody is to just, you're garbage. Oh, you can erase this because this doesn't make sense anymore. And actually, yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, by some, I mean I should. Woo! Try to do it very large. I need to put on my glove, my sleeve, glove, whatever. So I can't draw. my hand doesn't go. There we go. Let's see. How's that first line? First line. So alright, so that looks like a curb, I guess. should draw, I guess this is where the sidewalk kind of just like the cement tiles, that box. This is where like breakpoint will wind up. Makes sense. Thinking too much into detail. I should really just get the basic. Just really need to stop this. But it's actually looking pretty good. Gonna do the building. Just mention. Get everything. That's the main goal for now. Work on details and tweaking Let's see, don't forget to hydrate. You're right, dude. You are so right. Completely forgot. That is so important. All right. Thanks for reminding me. This going on over here. Let's see. Much better. Brain might dry out. You're right. You're right. I gotta keep on top of everything. That garage door. You need to come in at this with a better angle. Yeah, the garage door is just vertical. Don't need to worry about inspecting. Out, rotate just a little bit more. Get the angle of your stroke correct. Yeah, there we go. Coming along. Little details. Little bits, you know, a little bit of sloppy line work, but overall it's coming along. My line work is starting to feel a little bit more consistent. That's good. Line work is something that I'm not very good at either. It would seem that I'm not very good at a lot of things involving art, in terms of digital art, rather. So this side is gonna get overtaken by the sign. So for the most part, I really only need to kind of just like draw. Nice little under lip. This came up. And the neat thing about these lines is that they don't necessarily have to be straight, because these garage doors are seldom ever perfect to begin with. Most things in life aren't very perfect. They only just appear so. When you start looking closer, you'll notice you got a bunch of dents on the car. There's like chipped paint and like on walls and stuff like that, you know. Scuff marks, scratch marks. The world isn't perfect. Your art doesn't have to be. Yeah, life would be boring if it was too perfect. It's like no fun. That's why, like, abstract things are often very pleasing to the eye, because there's beauty in imperfection. Like, there's absolutely times where a really nice and pristine thing can be like beautiful on its own, but I would say a lot more often than not, the things that are flawed have more character in general, and you wind up liking them more than the things that are perfect, because things that are perfect, they're usually just lasting in the moment, and life is not about a single moment. Life is about a journey. Getting philosophical in here, you know. So like, you grow to appreciate the things around you more when they're not perfect. Like, you're never gonna take a perfect photo. You're never gonna you're never gonna want to have a perfect photo, in my opinion, because a perfect photo means that you're just dwelling on that one like moment in time, and that's just, yeah, life is way more than just that. So imperfection is its own beauty, and there's a lot more to it than there is to perfection. Wow, that actually looks kind of cool. Just a little bit of detail. Is that one extra like little line, and it's like a little crooked and stuff, and the lines aren't perfect. Like they're not perfectly uniform, you know. It's just the little things. Nature is one of the perfect things that are really beautiful and never boring. Yeah, because again, it's perfect in its imperfection. Nature is never the same. There's like the anatomy of creatures, of like mammals, like living beings. They're never the same. Like the closest you can get is like twins, but even twins, they're not like so perfectly identical. You know, so there's so much like really cool things. That should be better appreciated by people. But a lot of people take so many things for granted. Myself included. Like it is. You have a garage now. Again, the sign is gonna wind up. Oh, this shouldn't be a sign like that. This should be like a This should be something more like this. No, one of these. If I could draw it. One of these. Little like crossing signs. That's what it should be. I'm gonna change that later. What else? Let's take off the reference. Yeah, it's looking kind of cool. Can't complain. It's not exceptional, but you know, can't complain. All right, let's draw my graffiti wall. So I can take this reference image out. I would definitely say pretty great for a first try. Yeah. Certain style choices, I think, definitely make a difference. Like, again, going with the perfectly straight lines versus me drawing the straight lines, or drawing the lines in general. I think that's a good oversight choice that winds up making this better than it probably would look if I just did the computer generated straight lines. Got a lot of messages to read. My friends want me to play some games, but I'm enjoying this too much. I need to make wider strokes. Strokes are too short. The line art is suffering because of get meeting points like that. Not like good meeting points. This right here, it's like fat for no reason. Here it's no good. You can even see the line art that I'm doing that I did on the original drawing isn't even clean. That was good. Can't even finish it. He's tracing his own art. He's tracing someone else's art. It's his own art. Copyright infringing himself. His intellectual property is at stake. Where am I? Working on the D. E for donuts. Haven't had a donut in a while. Been on like a low carb diet for a while. Donuts are a no-go on low carb diet. I forgot to ask before if I have a Discord, like a server or something. Not yet. There's a couple things that I have to do that I've been putting off for too long. And one of them is creating a Discord server. I told my friends that I was going to create one for my channel so that like whenever I stream, they can jump in if we're like playing games together and voice chat or something like that. And even just for like viewers and like audience interaction as a whole and stuff. So yeah, I do have to create one. I have like a really old server that I made, but it's not like specifically for streaming. So like I don't want to use that. So I gotta put some time in and I gotta do that. And I'm probably gonna wind up doing that on Wednesday because the other thing that I needed to set up on Wednesday was a couple of other like notifications and alerts coming through Twitch and YouTube. So I probably would be doing that on Wednesday if I get to it at a proper time. I don't have anything else planned for Wednesday other than streaming Kingdom Hearts. Yay! But Kingdom Hearts stream on Wednesday is starts at 8 o'clock Eastern time, which unfortunately I don't know what the conversion is for you. But I'm sure you have seen me start at the same time, so I'm sure you've got like an idea when I start. I should also figure out what time central or like global time that is, just in case like other people don't know or are from like other countries, because I am US. I am Eastern Mountain, whatever, East Coast, North American Eastern. So for me right now, it is approximately 11 o'clock. Wow, it's actually really late. But, I'm still having too much fun doing this, and I don't want to stop. I probably should soon. Don't wanna. That's how you know things are going well, when you don't want to stop doing it. You know? Okay. These lines are easy. I'm just tracing my own work. Everything else is gonna work. And I'm probably gonna work on a lot of this off stream as well. Just because of the amount of time that it's gonna wind up taking. Just keep drawing, yeah. Just keep swimming. Story is such a great. Yeah, somehow within a very, very short period of time, my line work has improved a lot. Because like I'm not like really as sloppy as I was when I started. Like before, my lines were like not connected properly like this. They were like really yucky looking. Like this. But now it feels like my lines are nice and smooth and straight, or straighter. That's pretty good, I would say. It had a very sketchy feel for something that was supposed to be a lot more solid. That's the best way I can describe it. Even that was just really smooth right there. Did it like first try. Connecting it, that's the... Okay. No, it doesn't. There we go. Yeah, this is coming along pretty nice. I thought that doing the graffiti part, which this is arguably the easiest part, but it's even this is taken. I still have to color this, but I'm actually excited to color this because I've never colored this before. Only had like a black and white version of it, so I'm excited to try to color it and see like what I can make it into. Yeah. Correction there. A little bit, some space to work with. Good. Can't tell. Oh, okay. Understand. Yeah, just a little bit of work and getting better over time. My line. Man, on top of this that I'm doing right now, I still have like 2 or 3 other images in my mind that I want to draw. And I can hardly get past this. Pretty daunting to begin with. But I think like I can get like the base of the image down. It's just the background that's like tough. Because like I could also do a very, very basic background where, you know, it's just like, oh, the sky is in the background. There's no like ground or anything, you know. It could be like a half portrait or something like that, where you don't necessarily have to design like a whole landscape. But for this one I really wanted to design like a full landscape. I wanted it to be like a complete draw. It's proving to be way more difficult than I thought originally. That's okay. Again, I'm optimistic about it. I feel like it'll come out pretty nicely in the long run. That was kind of sloppy. I can clean it up so Good. Alright, so the goal right now is to finish this graffiti mural real quick for the line art, and I think that'll be where my stopping is. Because I will have to have a stopping. Can't just like fall down, even though I want to. Right. Just gotta get nice, neat lines. That's good enough. Good. Just the X's. Okay. One good thing is I don't really get like hand cramps while drawing, which I've heard some people do get that. I feel like that would be such a sad or frustrating thing to deal with. Couldn't imagine just like having to stop because I'm just in pain from drawing. That. This has to be. This. I think this is like my favorite section of the graffiti. Like the disconnecting arrows. Better to finish an integral part of the art than pausing it, because it feels similar to gaming. If you take a pause and playing a game like a week or two, you either are bored or continue. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get this section done, so I don't have to stop and just feel like really crappy that I didn't finish this part. not right, but it's yeah, I will need to ease my way back into it a little. That much is definitely true. But again, I think I'm gonna wind up just like working on this throughout the week, like off stream, just to progress it slowly. Because like I don't see myself doing this like a professional. I'm not. I can't turn over a piece of work, like a piece of artwork in like less than a day. It's just not something that I'm capable of. See, I think I've mentioned this before. I make up in lack of ability by trying really hard. And I kind of feel like that's like a really important way to go about just life in general, is that like just because you don't have the ability to do something doesn't mean you don't have the ability to try to do it. And so like if you just give up before you even try, then that's just an opportunity that you miss. Why I'm back into streaming, because you know I did, for the most part, I did stop, and I did for lack of a better way to describe it, I did give up. But I know that I performed well once, like in the past, so I know that I can do it again. And the only way to find out is if I try. I have more resources as a streamer now than I did back then. So streaming should theoretically be like way better for me now than it used to be. And so if I can't make it now compared to me who was making it in the past, then there's like an issue. So like I feel like as long as I work hard, I'll absolutely be able to do it. But yeah, the streaming right now, it's just like a big hobby, mainly for fun. But I do have some like long-term goals that I want to achieve. So it isn't as if it's like, oh yeah, I'm just streaming just cause. No, I am streaming because I want to stream, and I am streaming because I do have something that I think that I can achieve. So I'm excited. Thanks, man. You gotta let me know if I can do anything to return the favor, pay you back, because like even just the little bit of your viewership, it makes this so much more enjoyable, so much more fun. You being here, like I've said before, it changes the entire stream for me, because you know, streaming to nobody versus streaming to somebody, and me being able to talk to you gives me an opportunity to have somebody that I'm talking to in chat if anybody else appears in the future, you know? I'm not just like talking to myself. And then it's inviting for other people. Other people see like, oh, he's talking to somebody in his stream. He's talking to somebody in his chat. That means there's an opportunity for me to talk to him too. And I think that's like something that's kind of important for people who do watch streams. Like I watch streams, and there's a lot of times where I want to interact with the streamer, but like sometimes I'll get lost in the comments or something like that. You make it big, you're gonna wind up having a lot of people chatting, you know? So it's cool to be able to interact with you. Ah! Keep doing that. I keep drawing accidentally when I'm trying to rotate the canvas. Nah, I don't think I ever will, because again, it gives a dimension that I don't currently have with being able to talk to my viewers and chat in general. So I used to have a stream that averaged roughly 14 people concurrently at a single time, and it was nice because you know, you get to talk to a bunch of people. and everybody's watching what you're doing, everybody's like cheering, everybody's having a good time and stuff. And a lot of people, they're usually doing other things while watching the stream. So like I don't even expect your attention to be like 100% on the stream. I expect you to be doing something just like you mentioned, like you're doing work. I expect most people to be doing stuff like that while watching streams. There are some people that are like very attentive to their stream and they will wind up like putting 100% focus while watching somebody, and you know, to each their own. But my understanding is most people are usually doing something while watching. But again, having 14 people watching at a single time, I'm always talking to somebody. And then jumping from that, which was like my peak of streaming back in the day, to like having 0 viewers, it is a little frustrating. But I'm not discouraged. But again, not being able to talk to anybody, it makes for a much harder dynamic for a stream. When you have a big audience, or even a small audience, any audience in general enhances the stream, because you can interact with them in so many different ways, and it brings other people, it brings attention to like new people who come in as well, which is really nice. And that's why I've mentioned several times already, like I'm really thankful that you're here, because like I wouldn't be having a conversation like this if it was just me talking to myself, you know? And even if it doesn't bring in more viewers, it's still enjoyable for me, so it doesn't matter. I appreciate that, man. Like, that's why I say, if there's anything I can do in return, even if it's something small, I wouldn't mind doing it. If you want, I could even draw you something. I do, like I've said, I've got like a small, like a couple of ideas of things that I do want to draw first. Things that I find to be important for the growth of my channel. But like once I have those things done, then and I don't have anything like on my own backlog, I have plenty of free time to draw other stuff. And I even have a lot of free time to draw stuff when I'm at work, but at work I can't use my digital art program. I can't use Clip Studio when I'm at work, because you know, you're at work on a work machine. You can't just goof around like that on a work machine. And I work for government, sort of. I have government contracts, so there's really not a lot of room to like play around and mess around on my work machines. But so most of my drawing when I'm at work, if I have free time, is like on a notepad or piece of paper, you know, with a pencil. Chibi version of your OC, your current profile pic. All right, I'll try it out. This month has been like incredibly busy for me at work, but I do find free time, like small spouts here and there. This entire week is going to be a crunch for me. I've got projects that need to go out, which is going to be fun. But yeah, like I said, anytime I find some free time, I'll absolutely give it a try. And drawing is fun for me. Art in general is something that I really love, and I express it in so many different ways. Drawing is just one of them. One of my favorite ways is actually, I'm actually I would say an intermediate carpenter, I'd say. That would be the best and most accurate description of my skill level. An intermediate carpenter. And so I do wood carvings, and I do like a little bit of cabinetry from time to time. Like I actually built my own desk from hand, like by hand, like from scratch. Like bought the scrap wood. Oh, it's not really considered scrap. Bought the wood from, you know, craft stores, hardware stores. Did all the measurements myself. Cut it out, and I built my desk from scratch. Still using it now. I think it's 7 years later. No issues with it. No no cracks. Nothing's falling apart. Like stuff like that. I love this. I love any kind of way that I can express myself through art. It's I love to do it. I paint. I've tried acrylics before. I'm not fantastic with acrylics, but I do love to paint. I sculpt. I do paper mache stuff. Anything. Super fun. Oh, it's definitely sturdy enough. I throw my freaking feet up on this desk like way more often than I should, just for comfort, you know? But again, hasn't fallen apart on me yet, so I can only assume that it'll keep going for like another couple years, many years, you know? I hope so. I certainly hope so. Even like painted it a really nice deep galaxy black, so it's got a very nice sheen and sparkle to it. See, that was another thing that I had planned on doing was I need to properly link my socials and other stuff, and I was planning on drawing the assets for that and like putting it on stream. So like if you look at the stream, the background behind my chat, behind like the window for my Clip Studio Paint, the background is like the clouds and the waves right behind me. I made that as well, and like I said, everything that I have on my stream, I've pretty much made from scratch by myself, and I intend to continue to do so, because I feel like the more personal it is for me, the more that I will feel connected to it, and it winds up being a better quality, even if like the quality of work that I do isn't very good. I find it'll deliver a better quality of stream that is unique to who I am. So I'd always continue to keep working on my stream assets as I have been. I don't find anything wrong with like accepting commissions or anything like that, but generally if I do it myself, I will feel like it's more me at the end of the day. Yeah, and that's really like the big part about it, is because like I actually don't know how to do half of these things. Like drawing is something I really only picked up last year, and I started really getting into it within the past like couple of months. Like I started drawing, started like doodling at work, doing little things here and there. Always drew in like middle school and high school. Had some kind of like a knack for it, not perfect, but you know, good idea of how perspective, except for today apparently, like anatomy, you know, all those things worked, but was never like exceptional. But the more I drew, the more I practiced, the better I got. And that's kind of, again, that's just how I find everything that I intend to do, is I will make up in skill and experience by just trying really hard. And I don't have an issue with putting or exerting effort into certain things, because like, again, like what else am I gonna do? Just sit on the couch and do nothing? I'd rather do something, and this just happens to be something that I also enjoy. So I think that everybody should find things that they should want or would want to put effort into, because things that you do put effort into will always wind up better than if you half-ass it. Half-assing things, if you go about your life, like the entirety of your life, just half-assing everything, then that's all you're gonna get. It's just a half-assed life. You half-ass at your job. Okay? That raise that you want, well, we're gonna give you a half-ass raise. You half-ass in your relationship. Well, you know, you could have this extremely romantic relationship, but you half-ass it, so your partner's not entirely happy and doesn't reciprocate like 100% because you're half-assing it, so they're gonna reciprocate it half-assing, you know? Go big or go home. That's right. That's right. You know, I went through a pretty tough time a couple months ago, and I watched a lot of like Jordan Patterson. Whether like you enjoy his politics or not, that to me it doesn't really matter. What I find matters more is the message that he often sends. And it's like everything you do matters. Everything you do is important. And if you treat it as such, then everything you do will have a greater quality by the time you're done. That's how I feel about this situation with my art. I put in a better or larger amount of effort into the art, it'll wind up looking way better than if I put in less effort. Now I can draw this line and just, you know, do that and okay, you know, ooh, right, this is how I did my lines, and then you see like this part now it looks really bad compared to the rest of it. You know, that's the kind of half-assing. But if I put a lot of attention and a lot of care into the things that I do because it's what I want to do, then it winds up turning into a much more cohesive and exceptional end product by the time you're done. Everybody's got the ability to do it. Everybody does. It's whether or not they choose to do it. That's all. And there are some times where, like, yes, I will agree. You know, you're working a 9-to-5 job. You expend like 80% of your energy in an 8-hour day of work. You get home, you only have 20% of your energy remaining, and then you're supposed to utilize that 20% left to do these things, like to try to exert maximum effort into the things that you do. Some people don't want to do that. Some people don't actually have the capacity to do it. I get it. Like, sometimes it's inevitable. Sometimes it can't really be helped. Sometimes you just gotta do the best you can do. But when you do have the ability, when you do have the energy, I find it's definitely worth to use it. Now, something you might find by watching me for a long period of time, or like over time in general, I tend to repeat a lot of things that I say. I'll have an idea, I'll talk about it, and I'll say it once, and then I'll say it a second time, and I'll say it a third time. I have a bad habit of doing that. It's just me yapping. I like to talk. That's another reason why I enjoy streaming, because I like to talk too much. And I've noticed that throughout many years. Originally, I thought I was a very quiet person, but once I get to talking, once I start talking, like, it's hard to get me to stop. There's always ideas and always topics that I want to talk about. And always new ideas and always new topics that I'll find along the way. What is this? What is this? Oh, it's a part of the helmet. That's... We're almost done for the night. It's already 11:40. Gosh, this is taking so long. Again, I can't complain. I'm enjoying it. I love this. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying talking with you. As long as that's the way you see it. We're having a conversation. We're talking with each other. Oh, okay, that was good. This is hard now. Drawing a circle like this. I like that. We can salvage this. Yeah, that's good. Definitely not. Nope. Close. Nice. That's pretty good. I like that. That's okay. Good, good. I'm glad. That makes me feel good. Makes me feel like I'm not mindlessly babbling like an idiot. It is looking pretty nice. Thank you, thank you. This line coming across over here. Ah! I did it. I keep doing it. Alright. It's finished into the wall right there, or fleshed into the wall right there. It's not like it's just yeah. That was the whole idea. I tried to make it so that it was angled properly so it looks like it's the right direction and such. Oh, that's not silly. Oh, that's the whole it's it's like what do you even call this? It's like stationary paper, so it's got hole punch in it. I thought this was a part of the drawing. It's funny. Increase a little bit here. And this. All right, that looks pretty organic. The lines don't have to match perfect. They just need to be they just need to have the general proper shape. As a matter of fact, some of these I'd actually like to correct. What do I just do? Because some of these, like, they look silly. That's okay. Just add, like, that looks a lot better. This. I like that I accidentally thinned it right there. I can curse the field. That. Task failed successfully, yeah. Good. Little bit off. All right, no, it's a little bit off. erase a little. Almost done. Good, 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 good. Is that it? Are we done? Alright, we're done except for the top over here, which I'm gonna have to like wing it a little bit. Don't have the it went off the page. I have to wing it just a bit. So I'm gonna do first. Draw a really long line like that. We're gonna try to just mimic the size. Yeah, that looks about. Let's clean it up. Here. Here. Much. Perfect. And clean you up and close this up. Alright. There we go. Well, this is a little bit off actually. I don't like the way that that sits. So what I'm gonna do is we'll take this. We're gonna transform it sort of like this. Still like a little bit too much, I think. Transform it a little bit more. Come down further this time. I think that's about right. And so now I just got to clean up the lines over here. Huh? Eraser? Eraser? And? Oh. There we go. Got it. Got it. Got it. Wasn't working. We got it. No big deal. Erase a substantial amount so that now we go back. Nice. Or we try to draw a nice seamless line over here. Right there. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's starting to come together a little. I can see it. I can see it. It's looking pretty cool. So now we can take off. So this is the sketch layer. Now we can take off the reference layer, which is this guy. Look at that. That's cool. That's cool. All right. And then if we take off geometry and the background, this is what we got so far. Really quick, I will throw in really quick. I'm just gonna throw in the geometry of the building just to make it nice and discernible. Ah, you know what? I accidentally put it on the wrong layer. That. It's here. Here. Oh, why am I on the pencil? Just throw in a little bit of the geometry. It looks as if there's a building there. Previously, it did not. Here. Then we can do building here as well. Zoom in. That'll make it. I swear, this music that's playing, it's kind of like creepy carnival music, a lo-fi. But I do kind of dig it. Close. Yeah, there we go. I enjoy it. Yeah, it's nice and chill and relaxing. I'm getting it straight from the lo-fi girl channel, or YouTube, or Spotify, whatever. Any, like, whoever uses or listens to that. Yeah. I know it's like really popular on YouTube, but I listen through Spotify. It's just easier for me. Or at least I have a Spotify subscription. Then I get to show the music playing on stream with that little like widget that I got on the bottom of my screen, which is nice. Right, there we go. So now we got a building. Check that out. Oh man, that actually looks pretty good. Looking pretty good. I can clean up the lines on the bottom, but again, I'll do that another time. I'll do that like as I'm working on things later on. For now, I'm liking how this is coming. This is coming out actually better than I expected. It's simple and clean. This here, because the trash can. Geometry of a trash can, man. Don't forget it. Don't forget the geometry of a trash can. Important. Alright. Yeah, it's coming along pretty good. Alright, but for now, this is where I'm gonna call it. This is where I'm gonna make my stopping point for tonight. He's got it memorized. Got it memorized. But yeah, this is where I'm gonna stop for tonight. I'm gonna work on this a little bit more again throughout the week. I probably won't stream it again until maybe Friday, because tomorrow I'm gonna be playing Apex to close out the season, and then Wednesday is going to be Kingdom Hearts, and then Thursday is gonna be more Apex to start the season, the new season. So thank you again for coming to my stream and hanging out. I'm glad I can provide you consistent entertainment, and I'm glad that you're here hanging out with me, having fun, really enjoying it. Thank you so much. So I'll be streaming again tomorrow for some Apex, right? So if you're interested in that at all, then come stop by. I'll take a look at your OC. I'll see if I can work some magic with that in my free time, alright? Alright, so that's gonna be all for tonight. Gotta make sure I save, and we're cutting out. Have a good night, man. Have a good day or night. I know it's the daytime for you, so enjoy your day, man.